we go. There we go. Fresh PC with nothing on it. Look. It's empty. Got what? 10 gig free? Should be enough. I think there's just you, Yasunoa, today. Feels bad, man. What do you want me to tell you? We can just do a one-on-one. I think we should do that. Just me and you. And Eldis here. We'll do a 1-on-2. What do you guys want to know? Let's install Windows. I've just installed it. What's that do? Well, I never knew that. Yeah, I spun up a virtual machine, installed Windows on it, obviously changed it to dark theme, and yeah. How do you download the internet? Go to internetdownload.com. Deadbeat Dad, good morning. Right. Are you sitting comfortably? Then we'll begin. Oh, obviously I installed Chrome. Fuck me, that were bright. Chrome! Because fuck Edge. And we want to go for Python and download. Okay. 3.7 is the latest version. However, you do not want to download that yet. It's 3.6. Python, although it's 3.7, not all of the libraries have converted over. So, it's better just to use this for now. This version, 3.6.8. So we'll download it, and we want to do a Windows 64-bit installer. There you go. Done. So we'll customize the installation. Always take add Python 3.6 to your path. Don't do install for all users. Well, you can do if you do more. We'll customize as installation because we want to install it somewhere differently. So I like to install it root to C drive, Python 36. You know exactly where it is then. Pre-compiler standard library. We're good. Install it. Just makes it a little bit quicker. It comes with a built-in editor. However, the editor is a bit shit. It's not great. So, we'll be installing VS Code as well, which is brilliant. Let me see if I can fucking... That's better. That's way too bright, man. We don't like a white screen. You want something easy on the eyes. And bright stuff, I don't know, I think everything used to be white, but I think we're all slowly changing over to dark theme everything now. And I prefer it. It's just, I think it's come from the old days where you had paper and black writing on paper. But now we've got like dark with white writing. Because, like I said, it is easier on the eyes. This is the bit that's taken a while. The pre-compiling the standard library. You don't have to do this, but you may as well. It's not going to hurt anything. You're a Firefox user, yes or no? It's okay. There are a multitude of browsers to choose from as long as it's not Edge. And Safari. Because fuck Apple. I did use Firefox ages ago. When it was, that was the only thing other than Internet Explorer to use. Yep, you are old. And we'll disable the path length limit as well. Netscape Navigator. Oh my god, yeah. Before that, oh god, what were we using? CompuServe. They had their own type browser. It was fucking horrendous. How are you, Nody? So there we go. We've got Python set up. There it is. See? Python. There you go. There's Python and Python W, which makes it run not in a terminal. Okay. Now we've got that installed, we need our editor, and for that we're going to download VS Code download. There we go. And it's downloading. Yeah, CompuServe were great. I loved CompuServe. It were really, really good. Ended up hacking a CompuServe dialer so I could just use dial-up without using the CompuServe dialer and their software in end. Took fucking ages, man. Felt like a master hacker. Whatever, yeah. Well, yeah, we'll just install it there, it doesn't really matter. Create desktop icon. Add that. Register it as the editor for supported file types, why not? Add to path. Install. You don't need to restart it. Like it says. It lied. And there we go. Done. Finished. We've got Visual Code. All sorted. So here we are. Get the fuck. No, we don't want that. So, the first thing we need to do is, in this state, as it is, all VS Code is an editor. You won't be able to run any Python programs. Everything is installed through extensions, which is available. This little button here. Top one, most popular of all time. Look at that, Python. Just click install. And there we're done. What other ones I also recommend, if you just type in rainbow, yeah, you want indent rainbow and rainbow brackets. Morning, Bogus. It just makes things easier to see. Notorious Kiwi. It's going good, man. It's going good. Just waiting for rainbow brackets to install, and then we're gonna indent rainbow. Because with Python, everything is all indented. Yeah. That's the whole point of everything. You don't have to put semicolons on the end like other languages. Specify the end of a line. It's all indented. So you need to reload it to pick up your extensions. So we've got Python, rainbow brackets, indent rainbow. As you go along, it'll suggest things. So I'd go with that. 8 suggestions. It comes up with some really good ones. But if we do let's just do a new file. Save it as, and we'll call it hello.py. As soon as you call it .py, it gives it its extension. There you go. Pylint is not installed. Now we're not going to be using Pylint's okay. I prefer Flake 8. You can change that. Yeah. So it's Python. What was it? Enable linting. Oh, current on. How did you change it again? Oh, settings. Sorry, man. So we go into linter, Python configuration. Oh, where is it? Flake 8. There you go, linting. Flake 8 enabled. Yeah. Put a tick in there. Flake 8 is not installed, so we'll install it. We may need to restart the machine just to pick up the path. Yeah. Okay, let's do that one. Let's just reboot the machine. L Lemming, how are you, man? Sergi, good morning.
Welcome to the Mankini Minions.
Torius Kiwi, thanks for your follow, man. Nat Fan, good morning. Jeez. If you've missed any of it, and some time to watch, day at home office, sounds good. If you've missed any of it, we've just installed VS Code, couple of extensions, and of course Python we've installed. Make sure you download Python 3.6, not 3.7 yet, not until everything's all converted over. There's a couple of modules that are still on 3.6, and not everybody shifted over to 3.7 just yet. You may as well use it for now. Don't install Python 2. There's no point anymore, unless you're working on really old code. But Python 2 is being phased out. Like, people are stopping supporting it, and most of the big libraries have said, right, this is the last version. So Python 3.6 and Visual Studio Code. So under Documents, we've got hello.py, and we've got Edit with Idle. Idle is the built-in one. It's not terrible, but it's not great. That's basically it. It's an editor. It's not any good. Use VS Code. So we can just right click, open with code. There we go. So as extensions we've got Indent Rainbow, Python. Ugh. I thought we'd change this. Maybe not have saved it. Preferences, settings. You can change. There's a fucking ton. Oh, there you go. It is on Flake8. Okay. Thanks for the tweet out, guys. Your first program ever. Print. Hello world. Now here you can use single quotes or double quotes. It's whatever your personal preference is. You can't mix and match, so you couldn't do hello world and can you? No. You can't do single and a double one. So debug, start debugging. It's gonna throw us an error. Should throw us an error. You motherfucker. Come on. There you go. Because it's looking for a matching quote. So you can't mix and match. You could do hello world, and also we can do hello world. Yeah. Print, all print does is just display it on your screen. So we'll run that one again. Hello world, hello world. There we are. So you can use either, it's whatever you're most comfortable with. I always use double quotes because I came from a C++ background, but you can use singles. I tend to use singles in lists and things like that. Okay. Are we all with me so far? If you have any questions, I will try my best to answer them. I am no expert at Python. I use them in things like dictionaries and lists and JSON, just because that's what I'm used to. But I always tend to use double quotes. But it's whatever you prefer. It's your own personal choice. As long as they're the same type, you're good. So, first, so here we're going to do strings, okay? So there's types of variables. We've got three main ones: integer, string, and a float. Integer is basically a number. String is anything in text. Yeah. So if it's in quotes, it's a string. It's basically text that we're showing. We can't do print 1, for example. That wouldn't work. You motherfucker. It did. It shouldn't work. But why would you do that? Oh, yeah. No, it will work. That's giving the output of a sum. But yes, we've got strings, integers, and floats. Floats are numbers again, but it's got a decimal point in there. A floating point number. So it could be 1.0001 or anything. It's not a whole number. It's a number with a decimal point. So if we're having variables, okay, so say we go message equals hello world. What we're going to do is print what we stored in message. So message equals, so that's what we stored in message. If you hold your mouse over it, says it's a string. It'll say str. You've got str and int. Yeah. So if we print message now, we get hello world. Because it's a string, Python comes built in with a lot of functions that we can use on strings built in with it. So for example, you can do all these: capitalize, center, count, encode, find. See, all these are part of strings. Okay, so for example, dot upper. Yeah, we put the brackets in to specify that that is a function, or are they called, what are they called again? Methods. Basically, the functions and methods, it's the same thing. The word's interchangeable, apart from methods specifies that it is part of an object, which we'll get into later. But if we do print message.upper now, hello world will be all in capitals. There you go, look. Can you guys see this okay on the screen? Yeah, you can. Let me, how do you, there we go. That's better. Should be able to see it better now. Come on. So we'll start again. Using theatre mode, it's readable. Good. So there we go. We've got Hello World in uppercase. Also, we've got lower. Oh my god. Sorry if it's running slow. There you go. Hello World. All lowercase. If we change this to all lowercase and change it to title, what that'll do is put it back to hello and world. Hi Steez. Yeah, so all these are part of the string. If you're wanting to add another thing, so let's put message 2 equals what? Love rune. So if we add them together, what we'll get is, it should say hello world love rune. However, you'll see a problem in a moment. There's no space in there. Okay, you could add another one, add a space, manually add a space in there. Hello world love rune. Okay. Or what we can do, there used to be in before 3.6, you used to do something called dot format. Now I always hated it. I could never get my head around it and it always used to confuse me. So because we're running 3.6 and later, we have got a thing called F strings, where it basically a formatted string. Yeah, so if we put F in front of it, that stands for a formatted string. So to say we want to put in, if we just wrote message and message 2 there and ran that one, we're gonna get message 2. However, if you wrap them in the curly braces, hello world love rune, there's no comma there, fine, you can just put one in. So anything between the curly brackets is your variable, and I think it looks a lot neater. So you know exactly what variables are going where. And let's change that to a title. So it'll say hello world. Thank you, darling. It's not a sad breakfast, it's a glorious breakfast. There you go. Hello world love rune. If we wanted to put in quotation marks, double quotation marks, it's F strings are beautiful. Get into that habit of using them. Okay, so if we wanted to put quotes in hello world, just around hello world, that is going to cause, oops, don't double quote me. That is going to cause an issue because remember Anna said it looks for the matching end, the matching end quotes. What we can do is, God, give me a fucking break, stop automatically adding it. wrap it in single quotes. So it'll say hello world in quotes. It will now. Yeah? Or, if you don't want to change it to single quotes, you can send an escape sequence, which is just a backslash. So it's saying, look, don't just count this as a character. Don't class it as an actual end of string. Okay, so you put an escape character there, which is just a backslash. So we can have hello world in quotes. Everybody is that making sense so far? So there we go. We can add strings together. Next, let's do print 1 plus 4. So, it's got a built-in calculator. Look, the answer is 5. Apologies. Breakfast time. We've not done virtual environments yet. That's later on. Yep. So, start with debugging. 1 plus 4. 1 times 10. No, 20 will do. 1 times 20. And I'll just do it straight away. Print always displays things on your screen. So, we'll have a number. Number 1, we'll call it. And we'll have a number 2. So, number 1 equals 1. Number 2 equals 20. So, number 1 times number 2. These are not strings. These are integers. Okay? So to put that into actual text as well, we could automatically do this, like give it a second. Right, so say we want to display 1 times 20 equals 1 times 20 equals 20. However, yep. What we can do, we'll change this to answer. Number 1 times number 2. And to actually display it, so if we change this number here, we've got to update that one as well. So, instead of that, we'll just put number 1 times number 2 equals answer. Is Python hard to learn? No. That's going to work, right? Nope, because I didn't put an F to say it was an F string. There you go. So we can just change these willy-nilly now, and it will automatically update everything. So we only have to change one thing. Python is not hard, really. It's not the logic, really. It's breaking big problems down into smaller problems. That's the main thing, is breaking a big problem down into a small problem. EVE Online, I believe, uses a Python backend as well. So, Python's guilty for Jar Jar Binks. Really? Why? Perl. Ugh. Okay. Use Python to code the 3D controllers, really? Python is pretty good. And I've made it bigger so you can see everything now. So that's basics, numbers. Are we all getting that now? Nobody got any questions so far about it? If not, we can go on to the next thing, which I reckon so we've done variables, so we're just storing data in these things. In Python, it's best to keep it all lowercase. So for like number 1, if you want to, you can't do spaces in variable names. Am I teaching or learning Python? I'm teaching it right now. Teaching basics. I know Python. I'm just going through a tutorial on basically a getting started. But we tend to, all variable names, you come up with lowercase. If you're wanting to add anything, make it longer than one word, always do it as an underscore for a space, and try to keep it relevant to actually what it is. So if we call it A1, A2 and call answer A3, now you can, it's to make it easier for yourself when you look back at it in the future, and also makes it easier for other people to read as well. So if you're getting help with it, or you're showing somebody something, makes it easier if you name it something correctly. So, next, we will go for operators. We have got two states. It's called a Boolean, which is basically on or off, true or false. Yeah? So we've got true and false. That's a Boolean. True is 1, false is 0. So if we print true, there you go. Print false. You get false. Okay? That's not a string, but that is a Boolean. Because you couldn't put print falsy, for example. Yeah? It's not going to do it. It's not a string. It's actually printing true or false. It's a Boolean. Okay? Just like we print numbers and we also print strings. So operators, we've got and. Oh, motherfucker. And, which is and. Do we use that in there? You can just use and, I think. Or, we have got, and we've also got not. And, or, and not. You put a hash and a space, that basically classes it as a comment. What it's, when you run your script, it's going to ignore anything in comments. It's not going to pay any attention to it. Your basic one, hi. So, if you print not false, if something's not false, it's true. If we print not true, so if something's not true, it's going to be false. Okay. Next one we've got is we'll do or. Yep. So true or false. It's going to be true. If something's true or true, it's true. False or true is also going to be true. But if we've got false or false, It's going to be false. So, me and you, me or you, me not you. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's how I explained it to you, weren't it? And then we've got, and. So, this has got to be equal now. So, false and false is going to be true. What? No. Eh? No, false and false. Yep. True and false. False and true. Is also false. But if something's true and true, it's true. Both conditions have to be true. So, for example, print 1 plus 3. Yeah. Put those in little brackets just to keep them together. So, 1 and 3 and 4. No, bad example. What am I trying to say? I'm thinking of if statements. We'll do if statements instead. Makes it easier to understand. Nearly finished my sausage. Yeah, bad example. Mm-hmm. I didn't say I were a great teacher. I just said I were going to do it. Okay. So, we have got if statements. Yeah? So, we can do things like we want to see if something, yeah? So, if it's true or if it's false. So, say we want to room's age equals 44. Yeah? So, my age is 44, yeah? So, if room's age is greater than 50, yeah? So we've got greater than, less than, or equal. It wouldn't be that because we right there we are setting room's age to 50. Yeah, just like we've done there. It's going to overwrite room's age and set it's 50. But use double equals. So if rune's age equals 50, this is where that shows it's the end of the getting ready for the if statement. Print old git. Okay? So nothing happened. If it's greater than 50, which we know it's not because it's 44, and we can do simple maths, we're still not displaying anything. So we know it's not greater than 50. So we can have else. Yeah, we can print he's so young. There we go. That makes sense. So if rune's age is less than 50, these are going to be the wrong way around now. So we're checking to see if it's less than 50, which it is going to be. Which is basically saying if that statement there is true. Or we can have else, that one. What else we can add in there, instead of doing if else, if else, if else. If we still want to just carry on checking that, we can go elif, which stands for else if rune's age equals 44, we can print he's so sexy. And charming. Okay, so no, that's a bad example. We'll put equals 50 there. He's so sexy and charming. Okay, so it's not 50, we'll change it to 10.
Welcome to the Mankini
No
Minions.
Pulver, thanks for your follow. If we change it to 10 now, it's gonna say, is rune's age 50? Nope. Is rune's age 44? Nope. So it's gonna print old git. Because that's else is the catch-all for it. Okay, so if we change back to 44, if we put that as a string, yeah? So say somebody's written it as a string somewhere, we've read it from a file, it's going to come back as a string. Okay? We've put 44 there, but we're checking to see if it's 44, but it's not coming up with it. That's because we need to wrap that in as double quotes. However, we wouldn't be able to do the less than or greater than because we're not doing that on a number. So to change that to a number, what we can do is just say this thing here, this 44 is a number. So we're going to convert that 44 string into a number. Alternatively, you can do it the other way round. So we could do 44 and convert it to a string. Yeah? There you go. He's so sexy and charming again. or the other way around, we'll convert that to a string. It is better off keeping numbers as actual numbers so you can perform calculations on them. So whenever you get a number, it's usually better to change it to an actual number instead of a string. There you go. So they're if statements. There's simple if statement. You check in if this is this, if this is less than this, if this is greater than this. Yeah. So I am going to go get a top up of coffee, and then we're going to go through, we'll do lists next. Lists are really, really, really good. So I'll show you a little bit about those in a second. Be right back. Gonna grab a coffee. We're back. Okay. Apparently, according to Rune Lady, I say so a lot. I'm going to try and not say so as much. Just took the piss when I went for a coffee. Is it all making sense so far? Are you all getting it? Good. I need a wee. Right, we're going to do a number list. Set age.rune. That wouldn't work. It'll be Rune's age equals 90. Equals 1
Welcome to the Mankini Minions.
How are you, Brandy? Lobo, cheers for your follow, man. That's appreciated. You're playing a game. What game you playing, useless? Excuse me, it's a different format. Lists are amazing. You can have a list of strings. Mince raft. We'll do this for now. Hello. World. Love. Yeah? Rune. So if we print as number list, see, we've got hello, a list with hello. The next one is world. The next one is love. The next one is rune. Say we want to just say access and one of these in the list. Okay? So we've got how many items? 1, 2, 3, 4 items. However, to access those items in the list, in programming generally, it always starts at 0 instead of 1 because it's an index into there. So that will be 0, that will be 1, that will be 2, that will be 3. Let's put this there. So that'll be 0, that'll be 1, that'll be 2, and that'll be 3. So if we print number list zero, we'll get hello. Because it's also a string. It's an actual list. I don't think it's got dot upper in there. Oh, it has actually. Yeah, it wouldn't do. So what we'd have to do, like we did it with the integers before, we'd cast it to a string. So whatever we get from number list 0, why would you do that? Oh, Because I'm an idiot. There you go. That worked. Okay. If we wanted to display hello and world out of that, so that is our index, and that is where we're going to. Yeah? So we're going from 0 to 1. Why? Oh, 2. Because it's 2 items, sorry. Not what, it's 2 items, but we start at index 0. So if we did 3 items, hello world love, and to display them all, you can just cut it off there. So because you've not put anything there, it'll automatically class it as from here to the end. Or well, if we put that, it'll just say love rune. Or you can do it the other way around. Just say, right, I want 2 items. And it'll class it from the start. That makes sense? Now I believe yeah, that didn't work. Cupidly, hi. We can do so if we use as an F string again, which is a formatted string, you can mix and match. Oops, we don't even need to do plus. So put them in as curly braces to say we're accessing this value, and we can do this. So we're going to display items 0 and 2. So it'll say hello love, or we can say hello rune. Fallout string, F strings, a formatted string. Right, we know how many items are in his list. What we can also do is print len, which stands for return the number of items in a container. Okay, number list. A string is a container. Each character, so hello, contains 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The string is a container. But if we did hello number list, it'll come back and say it's got 4 items in there. If we did length number list of 0, it's going to count the characters that we've got in there. 5 characters. Len is it's pretty useful function. What also we can do to display it all, because when we print it at the moment, it displays it a bit funkily with the brackets and the quotes around them. So what we want to do is, if we do this, this is why I like rainbow brackets, by the way. Look, if you notice, it's coloured them so we can tell exactly which brackets join up with each other. So what it's going to do is join all those there with a space. You could use a comma, you could use whatever you like. But there you go. Hello world, love rune. Change it to a comma. Hi realm, hello world, love rune. So you can do anything you like, really, when you join them all together. Hello world, love rune. It's another nice handy function for a list. Okay. Can you make it spit them out in a random order? You can, yes, but we're not getting into random just yet. We can do sort. Is it dot sort? Number list dot sort, yes. Okay, and that'll sort it alphabetically. So it's going to be... Huh? Why is that not working? It's just sort list. Maybe, yeah. It is actually. Sorry. My bad. I'm alright, man. Sort is not defined. No. Oh! Huh? Is it sorted? Are you sure? I thought it was not sort. Oh, sorts Python 2. Nope. No, it's not. I thought it were part of the list object. I'm sure it were. Let's have a look. List.sort Python. Maybe not. Oh well. You learn something new. That's what we've done though, isn't it? Oh. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. It doesn't return a new list, it just does it in place instead of... It doesn't return our new list, so when we print it, it just basically says, yeah, I've done it. Okay? Not, here's your sorted one. It actually changes it. So, we've completely destroyed that one. That is now not in that order anymore, we sorted it alphabetically. Thanks, JustBox. What else we've got is, apart from lists, not here for long, thought you were popping for 30 minutes while on a break, which is cool. Awesome, man, thanks. Yes, dicts are, I'd say, basically your bread and butter of programming in Python. Dicts are amazing. They're good. It's basically what you're going to get from APIs. You'll get a JSON file, which pretty much convert over to a Python dictionary. Give it a second, I'm going to go for a pee though. What? Am I still saying it?
No, I love it.
Dicks. You are a child.
I'm not even sorry.
You are. You're not clipping it. That's what she's laughing at. Because I went, dicks are amazing. And she's a child. And she's still laughing. Dicts. I did put a t in it. I'm just Yorkshire. Dictionaries are amazing. Okay? Not dicks are amazing. Just, you what? Where you going? You put your headphones on and stop listening. Oh dear. This is what I have to put up with on a daily basis. I love her very much. She's my kind of human. I like her brain. She's clipping it. Okay. Dictionaries. So. Oh, fuck off. Lists. We know have square brackets, yeah? Dictionaries have curly braces. However, we don't go hello and world. Whoop. I'm not on to tuples yet. Immutable. Not unmutable. Immutable they are. They cannot be silenced. It's something that's set. You can't change the values of... For example, it says sets. Whatever. Okay, so we've got a list, yeah? We can do... if we print lists... Oops. Print lists. Yeah. Hello world. We can do, we've told you how to access it, so we do lists 0 equals goodbye. Google. Goodbye. Goofbye. And now if we print lists, oh my god. It should say goodbye world. Hello world. Change list 0 to goodbye. 1 to planet. Bit grim. Sets. Ugh. Or tuples of the cold. We can't change them. That's something that's always going to stay the same and never change. So we can do sets 0 equals test. There you go. Tuple object does not support item assignment, so you can't change it. They say immutable. It basically means you can't change it. Why they say that? Unchangeable would be much better, but you know, programmers might like to make things more complicated. Right, dictionaries. What's that giving me an error for? Yeah. What? Do you want to fetch that back up for you? There you go. Sorry, Rune Lady's working through it. She's not done. We won't be a second. I love dicts. We all love dicts. Everybody loves dicts. Whether it be your own or somebody else's. If you do not own a dict. Apart from... there are people of the female persuasion that do not like dicts. They prefer lists. Do you not like dicks, Brandy Rain? If I were female, I would be a proud lesbian coder too. There you go. I wouldn't like somebody else's dicked. See, we've got dicks. Why can't we have vadges? I think we ought to have something. Instead of lists, it could be vag, just to make it inclusive for everybody. Lists should be changed to vadges. There you go. We'll now refer to them as vadges. I know, right? It's 2019 Python. We'll put a word into... Is Guido back? Is he called Guido? I think he is, isn't he? The dude that made Python. To be more inclusive. Come on, Rome. Be professional now. No! Because we've got int, we've got float, we've got characters, and you just get somebody saying, did you just assume I was a string? Actually, I'm an int string float bool. You can't just assume my type. No, that won't work. We can't be all inclusive. I'm sorry. A string lambda. Do you know what? I can't say that word. Lambda. My brain always puts in an X-ray and turns it to lambada. Always. I don't read it as lambda. I don't say it as I do say it as lambda, but I've really got to fucking struggle. It's always lambada. I can't do it. I can't do it. Right, so I'm sick of saying so now. Every time I say it, I'm gonna notice that it's her fault. Right, that's not gonna work. We know that one. We've got his lists. We changed it to good. Looking at your wall of pride flags. I've got a wall of posters and Fallout 76 things. So, dictionaries. We'll move this a bit further down here. We've not done anything with them yet. That is not a dictionary. Okay. Things like dictionaries, we have got name, rune, age 44. So. Oh! Is it dictionaries or YS? I really don't know. I don't know. Don't throw that at me. Is it IES? Yeah. No? Don't English at me. We're trying programming. In the US, if it is IES, it is probably IES because you guys shorten everything instead of having it how it is proper, like colour with a U in it. Yeah. So, here, before, with lists, to access that, we would go, it would be dictionaries, yeah, and to access rune, would have gone 0, 1. So we'll put a little F string in, just to make it more readable. Wrap it in as little curly brackets to say we want to access part of it, and this is where the single quotes come in, because if I put double quotes in there now, I'd think it's the end. I'd have to escape each one. Yeah, so we'll put double quotes in there, double single quotes. So we'll put name equals there to put a new line in without having, we could print it twice, which we may as well do. Age equals age. We could have put /n in there, which gives it a new line. If we print that now, it's still going to print lists actually. Name equals rune, age equals 44. So that's the actual name of it, okay? How we're going to access it, we're going to say we want to access the key, which is name, and this there is the value. What does fstrings do? Instead of doing print and then whatever and then dot format and then your stuff at the end, it never made sense to me. Fstrings is it replaces it straight in there. It's not just in print though. You could do like test equals fstring. Here, look. And then if we print test, it'll do exactly the same. It's not just the print function. Yeah, %d s %d dot format whatever is, which I didn't like it. It was just confusing to my brain. It didn't make sense. Stuff wasn't easy to read, but with f strings it makes it easier because you know exactly what variable is going in your string and at what location. Yeah, you can do it for all kinds of string manipulation. It doesn't have to be. It's not part of print. It is part of Python. If that makes sense. It's a formatted string. Yeah. So wherever you can use a string, you can do whatever with S strings. So assigning it to variables, manipulation, everything. I caught myself saying it. Let's take out the print list. So to comment it out, what we do is put a hash. You can do that, but it is going to come up with a little error there, like a little red line underneath it. If you move your mouse over it, it'll say block comment should start with hash and then a space. Multiple comments I'll show you multiple comments. However, don't do it. I will let you know why. I'll show you. Okay? Oops. What we've got in Python is something called docstrings. Yeah? There. That'll comment it out. That will never get executed. However, that is assigning a string. That is a multi-line string, but it's assigning it to no value. Yeah? So if you do that, you're taking up extra processing time. It's not going to ignore it. It's going to do everything within there. So it's not commenting. No, it's writing. It's like doing this. It's not a comment. It's classed as a comment. It won't error. Yeah? It's not a multi-line comment. It's a doc string, which is a multi-line string. Okay? It's just assigning it to nothing. So we print test equals. If we do that and then print test, you'll see all that shit appear at the bottom. See? Yeah. It's bad practice. If you want to do block comments, get used to pressing hash key a lot. There we go. If you want to comment it out something, that is a comment. That will get ignored. Totally ignored. Not assigned to something empty. Okay? If you want to put it at the end, it's always a space, then a hash, then a space. 2 spaces, sorry. Put 1. It's going to come up with a little line there. It's just a basic. Flake 8 is a way of making sure the code goes to a certain format, and it checks that formatting for you. Okay? Flake 8, at least 2 spaces before an inline comment. It's so everybody formats their code the same, to make it look nicer, more readable for other people. And that's why we have this thing called linting. There's PyLint, there's Flake 8, there's black, I think, is a linter. I'm not sure. But there's a few different ones. I was told about Flake 8 from the start, and it's kind of what I've stuck with. It's whatever you get used to. They're similar. They're all similar. They've got a few differences between them. But it's good practice to, when you're starting off, to fix them. Make it look nice. Start writing it to a certain format, then it'll start to trigger if you don't. So we've done that. So we've got, that's your key, that's your value. So next we've got a key and another value. You can also put things like this in. Key, likes. Yeah. So what Room likes is, we don't have to put, just integers in, or strings in there. You can put a list in there as well. So Room likes Python and Rune Lady and Crowley. So you can mix and match them. So if we print likes, dictionaries, and we're going to put in likes. These should all be lowercase, by the way. You can put function index. You can. So that's come up with a little error now at the end. Just basically saying there's no new line at the end of it.
Welcome to the Mankini Minions.
So we put that at the end. You're all good. Let's hi. So if we print likes now, there you go. So name, Rune, age 44, likes Python, Rune Lady, and Crowley. You can also do this space dot join, which we've done before. We'll put commas in there. So I'll say Python, Rune Lady, Crowley. Dicts are very, very powerful. They can be a bit of a pain in the ass. I'm a new to Python myself. I've been doing it just over a year. Probably about a year and 2 months now.
Welcome to the Mankini Minions.
Thanks for your follow, man. Glad you stuck with us through this shitstorm of a tutorial. It's from the guy who did the Darkest Dungeon. I got a custom one from him because I was on a playtest, part of the influencers who streamed Darkest Dungeon. So they went through everybody who did it and gave us his own custom alerts. Programming in general, I started programming when I was at college, and then I worked as a programmer for about 4 years. No, about 6 years. And then stopped. So, it was a long time ago. It was about 45 years ago. It weren't. 8-bit? Maybe. Maybe. No, I didn't do any 8-bit programming. I did, actually. I didn't really do assembly. I did a bit of assembly on the Amiga. And wrote a program that did nothing for... how long? Would we say? What's the problem here? What's that one? Line too long. Fucking hate that one. Just ignore those line too long ones. You can split it up. So we could do... there. But make sure they line up. Trailing white space. Yeah, I didn't do much assembly. Did nothing for like a random amount of time. Anything between 5 minutes and an hour. And what it'd do then is whenever you press the left mouse button, it'd reboot your Amiga. And I put it onto the startup of my friend's computer. And his computer crashed every 5 minutes to an hour. He could never figure it out. And it only happened when he pressed the left mouse button. So it'd be doing something, it'd be working fine, and then it'd click, and then boom, it'd reset. It was glorious. I was fucking shitting myself while I did it, because it just nipped. I either nipped at shop or nipped at Lou, and I was like, quick! And did it. Because, you know, we used to fetch his computers over and hook them up to a TV each. It was my friend. I didn't leave it on there. I told him same day. But I left it for, you know, a good day or so. Does this all make sense so far? Are you getting it? We've got lists, sets, or tuples, and dictionaries. Lists and dictionaries are what you'll probably be using the most. What I like to do is, if I have a variable that's never going to change, so say I always want to say name equals whatever rune. Say that is never ever gonna change. I don't know if this is good Python practice or bad Python practice, but I always put it in capitals. So if something is never gonna change, I always put the variable name in capitals. I don't know how Pythonic that is though. It works, but I don't know whether it's... You can't declare it as a constant. Oh, I don't want to do a sort of dict. Sort of dicts aren't... Let's have a look. Python sorted dict. No, because that's not easy. Solid what? What? You've got to sort them by keys or values. Alright, we can do that one. So, if we print sorted dictionaries, it should come up with age, likes, name. Yeah? Don't make any difference. Oh. Age, likes, and names. So, That's not coming up with our... What's Pythonic? Pythonic is the guidelines of how the code should be written. The way it's written. Guidelines, not rules. I don't think it is. Let's do a print dictionaries. Maybe, actually. You may be right. No, it's whatever you added them. Right, we didn't do this, actually. To add an item to a dictionary. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You're accessing it by key anyway. Okay? Usually. However, to add an item... So, say we want to add dictionaries... We want to add a dislikes, okay? But we're not going to add it in here, we're adding it later. So, here we can just say dislikes equals, and we'll put another list. Fish, anal, and... hummus. I don't know if that's how you spell hummus, but there. You append to a list. If you wanted to add to a list, it's an append. How do you spell hummus? H-U-M-M-U-S. Oh no. Is that right? It is H. Why is there so many different spellings of it? Look! Look at this! Did I mean hummus? Yeah. But BBC Good Food, H-U-M-M-O-U-S, H-U-M-M-U-S, H-O-U-M-O-U-S. Or did I mean fucking hummus? How do you spell it? That's a how mouse. A hummus. Hummouse. Fucking hell, we'll change it to lentils. There you go. So if we print out as dictionary now. We will see, fingers crossed if I'm not being dumb. There you go, we have now got dislikes in there as well. So to add it, you can just say this key equals there and it'll automatically add it to your dictionary. Okay. I will show you. You'll see in a lot of Python programs we import modules. What modules are we've called this hello.py. A module is something somebody else has added. Yep, they've got their functions. It's not built in, it's a bit extra and tacked on. So we've got pprint. Yeah? What a pprint is a pretty printer. So if we wanted to p-print this, so we can type p-print. However, that is the name of the module. So from p-print, we're going to use the function. We've been through this, Mazzy. It's actually, yeah, it is IES. But you know, I like to keep you nerds on your toes. If we pretty print our dictionary, yeah, instead of it all being on one line, all like that, it's going to display it all prettily for us, like this. Looks much better. It's easier to read. It splits it up. It does sort it by alphabetical though. Or what else we can do up here? So we're importing p-print. What we're going to take from there is p-print. So we've got this here, yeah, p-print.pprint. So we're importing this. So from the module, we're importing that function or whatever it's called, and we're going to import it as print. So instead of all this, what we can do now is just type print dictionaries, and every single print now will use the pretty print. Oh, sorry. It'll be from p-print, import p-print as print. So from the p-print
Welcome to the Mankini minions.
module, import the function pretty print as print. Or we can do, if we just took that off, we could just type p-print then instead of there, because from here, instead of just importing p-print, it'd be better if they called it something else. Yeah, but from as module, we're importing this function. If you just import it, then that's the module, and to access it, you're gonna say pprint.pprint. But if we put as print, because we could call it as Cowgate.
Welcome to the Mankini
Cheers for your
minions.
followers, guys. Hi, Liner Hearts. So instead of typing pprint, we type Cowgate. Why you would do that, I have no idea, but it's to whatever is better for you. And there you go. So automatically pretty printed it for us. See, quick on how to import a library, a module, pretty much the same thing. So extensions on pprint would be possible too. What do you mean, Mazzy? Mass. ZL95. I don't know how. Mass? What can I shorten your name to? Marcel. Marcel? Bonjour. I'm going to call him Bob. Bob! Does that make sense? Whatever you like. We'll just got a mass. Call you Marcel. Until tomorrow. I'll have forgotten by tomorrow. My memory's shit. So if I do forget, I apologise. Bob's your dad's brother. As you can see, dictionaries are pretty good. To change a value, we can just put dictionaries name equals Nev. Print it out again. You can just overwrite it. There you go. That's how you change a value in a dictionary. Dictionaries are good because you've got a key, and your key is you can name it anything you like, and it just makes it easier.
Welcome to the Mankini Minions.
Level 80. Cheers for your follow. Why have you stopped programming?
You are.
Why have you stopped programming?
Yeah, you lost me.
Why? With what? What did you get lost with?
I got lost somewhere between dictionaries and puzzles.
What did you not get about dictionaries?
Why you were using them, what purpose, or other things, what you were jumping to the next. So I was just like, I don't get it.
Okay. Most of Python is dicts. They are. Am I learning from a tutorial? No. I'm making shit up as I go along and trying to explain it to everybody else. Unfortunately, I don't think I've done dicts right because Room Lady don't get it. Zip is something you do if your fly's down. I never use it. I've never used it. Never used zip, useless. And it's not really beginner stuff, zip. It's useful. I've seen it used, but personally, I'd have to read up on it and then try and explain it, which is not good. Dictionaries are like... It's a good way to explain a dictionary. A form that you've got to fill in. Does that make sense? Room Lady? A dictionary is like a form where it's always the same, but the values are different that you write in the form.
Mm-hmm.
So, say you want to give a form to multiple people, you still keep the same
No.
thing. So,
I understood as in, like,
Yeah.
what you'd set up as your dictionary to store information.
Yeah.
And that equals that, and that equals that.
Yeah.
I got that.
okay.
But what I got lost was why it was set within, and then why you were doing all this bits here.
Why it was just...
Like, putting these bits in and doing that.
Did you miss my F strings?
I think I did.
Oh.
I could have been where it went wrong.
You missed the F strings. Do you want me to show you an F string?
No, but you carry on.
Okay.
Everybody seems to be having fun.
I can show you the F strings later. Okay. She got lost on the S strings. She were downstairs for that one. Not upstairs listening to my beautiful voice. And now she's ignoring me. I'm playing RimWorld. And cold by the looks of it.
She said that?
She's got a hood up. She's got a fleece wrapped round her. You can turn eating up if you like. You can't have to treat you.
No, it's not.
Are you sure? You can put it up to 18.
Nah,
Come on. Lamento. Good time zone to you. It's not technically morning here now. It's afternoon. I am going to have a quick break and get a new coffee though. Because it's that time. And I'm out of coffee. And I've been talking non-stop for 2 hours. And it makes it... Plus I'm vaping. You just woke up? Where are you in the world? And why has my music stopped? Why has my music stopped? Alexa, next song. Alexa, what time is it?
It's 12:15 p.m.
Okay. Alexa, stop. Alexa, play intro playlist on Spotify.
Intro from Spotify.
Yeah, that's knackered up. It looks like we're not working. Let's listen on this computer and we'll carry on doing this then. Apologies for that one. The echo has stopped working with Spotify right now. Can I complain? Useless pony. What I thought too, I'm out. Cause I vape. Fexel official. I'm out because you vape. You dumb cunt. Hey, you vape. Okay. Whatever. Thanks for your time of day. I know, right? Imagine that. Smoking, vaping instead of smoking and killing myself. You make your own juice? I bet you do. Disgusting. I vape to stop myself from smoking cigarettes and wheezing and dying on a morning and on an evening. If you don't like it, I don't give a shit. There's plenty of other people that stream Python tutorials on Twitch that don't vape. Oh wait, no. No there isn't. Exactly. Who cares? What effect does it have on you? Apart from I'll take a drag every now and then. I don't understand it. The nicotine. I had a conversation with somebody about this the other day on TeamSpeak. And the nicotine's not inherently terrible. It is about as bad as caffeine. It's a stimulant. A very, very fucking addictive stimulant. But it's not It's not very harmful for you. Lots of tests have been done. Nicotine in general is not harmful. And my friend came back and said, yes it is. It's a poison. Just, my brain's gone there. It's a poison. It's like, agreed. If I have a shit ton of nicotine, I'll probably die. However, aspirin. You take an aspirin for pain relief. Mildly addictive, maybe? You take a shit ton of aspirin, about 800 tablets. You'll die. It's all in moderation. If you drink shit ton of water, you'll die, yeah? Alcohol is definitely poisonous. Hashtag can confirm. And very addictive. Getting addicted to alcohol is not good. Alcohol is a solution, not to a problem though. Alcohol's never the solution. Did you like that? It's not political. I don't mind actually. Who cares if it's political? We're actually in the state of the world where we can talk about fucking politics. Everybody's gonna have different opinions. So what? I could code a certain way, and somebody will say, "This is not my view." Can we not talk about that? Oh, I don't think you should talk about coding in a different way because it's not my way. See what I mean? I were gonna grab a coffee. I wonder if that's okay with the dude who like, you drink coffee? Yeah. They're a bunch of fucking monkeys. Dude, are you from the UK? Judging by that statement, it seems like you are. I don't give two fucks. Bunch of fucking monkeys. Yeah. I disagree with my own code, mate. See? UK, definitely. Vlad, whereabouts in the UK are you from? Mate, Manchester. You're from, what? You're from Australia? You can't be. You didn't call them a bunch of cunts. UK prisoners. Welcome, Vlad. I hope you're well. I think the government would be okay if it weren't filled with a bunch of fucking dickheads all trying to get their own agenda pushed just to make them more money, which is what it just seems to be about at the moment. Not people doing good for the general. Cool, man. This is a playlist on Spotify. It is called Carbon-Based Lifeforms, which is very... I don't know. Do you know when you get like hacker music playing in the background? It's got a bit of a beat. It's non-distracting. It's music you can work to. You're listening to D&D podcasts. Which one? What's it called? The most famous D&D one. Oh. No, not Nerd Poker. Who is it? Oh, Critical Role, yeah, that's the one. I kept thinking Roll D20, but that's a piece of software. Right, we've done a bit of dictionaries. Dictionaries are basically like forms for data, all the same. Best thing is, you can have a dictionary in a list. So they've all got the same. So you know if you go through. I think we should do for loops next. You're doing matrices and binary IO in C++. Ugh. See, I did C++ back at college, but not at college. We did C at college. I did C++ when I started working. And Visual Basic. Back in the day, I wrote a... We had dial-up back then. And I wrote a program that it was a updater. Because back when I was a lad, if you got an update, you had to... It didn't automatic. There were no automatic updates. You had to get the disk. And what this did is it dialed into a server and got the files. It were a dial-up update. It was so good. So, we've got two types of loops. Let's delete all that. We've got two types of loops. We're going to do looping. Because loops are important because you want to keep on doing something. You don't want to say print hello world. Yeah? We want to do that 10 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That works. But fuck me, your code's untidy. And it's not a good way of doing it. So we've got for loops and while loops. And we'll do a while loop first. So if we have while true, that means while ever that statement is true, it's going to keep on running. So if we pop that in there, remember, always use a tab. A tab also equals 4 spaces. The VS Code will always change your spaces, your tabs into spaces, and it's 4. So if we print hello world while that statement is true, so while this is true, it's going to carry on doing it. And that's forever! So it's just going to print hello world until my computer dies. Or the internet gets switched. No, internet don't matter while the power is on. Or my computer don't break. But it's just going to carry on doing that forever. If you do it while false, it's never going to run it. You won't run out of memory with a while true. It's not, we're not storing it anywhere. We're just displaying it. It'll be fine. It's not going to run out of memory. If you do it while false, it's never going to do it. Because it has to be true. While it's doing it, this must be true. Okay? So we have, we'll call it count equals 0. So we'll do while count is less than or equal, well, count is less than 10. Okay? If we do that now, that is also going to run forever. So what we want to do now here is count equals count plus 1. Or we can also write it as count plus equals 1. So we'll leave that in there for now. So here, just so we can see what count is, otherwise it's never going to display, we'll put it, change it into a F string, which is a formatted string. A formatted string, and we want to display count in there. So in the curly brackets, count. So that's just going to display what's in our count variable. Instead of going print, oh, it's not printf, print count plus space hello world. So we can just put in an F string. We run it now. There you go. So while count is less than 10, it's going to add 1 to count, because counts is nothing at the moment. So it's add 1, so count equals 1. And then we print it. We could change while count's less than 20. And we'll get 20 hello worlds. And that's instead of having to type in hello world 20 times. Which is brilliant. C++ is very useful, and it's what a lot of things are written in. Like the Python runs with C. It just takes a lot more work to do something in C than it does in Python, because it's a lot lower level. On that note, I'm going to grab a coffee. So I will see you guys in a moment. Has my music stopped again? Motherfucker! Spotify's been fucky today. Right, I'm just going to nip for a quick coffee. I'm not lazy. I just prefer to get something out quicker than to spend most of my time writing code, which I can do in one line in Python. If it's not speed you're looking for, why do it in C++? Right, we're back. We're back. a good example of Python, right? Of why it's great, and it does, yeah. It's because it changes it a different colour. It picks up the green from the green screen, and obviously it changes its colour slightly. With Python, there is for example, I did this the other day. Two-factor authentication, like your authenticator on your phone, Google Authenticator. Somebody's wrote a library for it, so all I need to do is go import 2FA, yeah, and it's none of this is installed, but my code equals what? It'll, for example, 2FA dot generate, and then we put in there a secret, yeah, print my code, and that's it. That is a two-factor authentication program written. That's how powerful it is, because somebody else has written the library, and people pull off each other's libraries, and then you get mashups of things, and it's brill. Like that. You couldn't do anything like that in C. Vlad, I still really like computers now. I'm 44. So, we've got us while loop, yeah? So, while ever that is true, it's just going to carry on going. Next, let's set up a list. We'll call it my list. Equals I love cream cheese on a Tuesday only. There we go. Hi Guns, you just got here. What program is that you're using? It is Visual Studio Code. If you watch the VOD afterwards, I go through installing Python, I go through installing Visual Studio Code, I go through what extensions you need. Yeah, a list is an array. You should watch the VOD. I start very much from the beginning. Suppose we want to display each one of those. So we go for the Skyrim's cup's nice. Thanks. We could do for item, we could call it whatever, for word in my list. Yeah? And then we'll print the word. I love cream cheese on a Tuesday only. Also, we can do 4 number in len, so the length, my list, and then we can do print my list number. Okay. Oh, forgot to put a. That's not going to work either. Indentation error. So it also expected an indented block. There we go. Now it's indented. Int object is not iterable. Oh, it starts at it's trying to print out the last one because remember the length is, yeah, I know, I was just about to get to that one, because there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it is. That's basic. Python is more English. Because we're trying to access that, if we print number now, before we get to that, oops. Int top what? Where are we? Oh, we've yeah. We've given it a range. Oh fucking hell! And I missed out a bracket. See, not got a matching bracket. Which is why I like this extra rainbow brackets there. So you can see we've got one for my list because they're both red, but we're missing a yellow. Python's pretty much. That's also another way of doing it. So a range will always start at 0 and it'll give it the length. So you could write 0, like we know what length is, so we'll call it list length, yeah, equals range equals, sorry, len my list. Okay. So range, if you don't put it in, it's going to start at 0, so we can do that. List length is not defined. Oh, fucking equals, idiot. Sorry, that was me. Quick question, can Python download files and overwrite the old files with the new files, and if it can't override it, it checks for duplicate file names and picks the higher number file to keep and delete the lower number file? Yes. You can basically do anything you like in Python, you've just got to tell it what to do. download files is easy. It's using the requests library, which is really, really good. Let's CH. Thanks for dropping by, man. Thank you for your follow as well. And like, who said it? Enumerate. Don't call me late for dinner. Also, cream cheese is always love. Anything with just a text. But we can also do for index value in enumerate my list. Okay. And then if we print value, so it's basically what we did there, but here we don't know what the index is. Remember when we accessed it before, we did a print my list and we passed it the index into the array, so that's 0, 1, 2. So print index 2, all printers cream. Okay. So that will print as cream. What enumerate does is it will get the value. I'll show you now. Let's take these out for now. It's gonna whinge at me, but it says I love cream on a Tuesday. Okay. If we want, we can also do print my list index, and those are exactly the same thing. Because the index gives us the index of the value in your list. So that'll be 0, 1, 2. And it just goes through one at a time, a for loop. You basically say it's for whatever in this. While we did here for while count is less than 20, let me do that one in a for loop as well for you. Can you do it? I've never done it like this actually. How would you do that in Python? Oh, counting range, isn't it? So for count in range, oops, 20. Yeah. Print count. Remember, always starts at 0. So if we wanted to do it like this, we'd do count +1. So there's multiple ways of doing it. You can. You could do 1,20. Oh yeah, 121, sorry. You could also do 3. Or you could do 20 to 1. Oops. Or 20 to 0 and pass it another one of -1. And it'll go backwards. Range is a very, very useful tool. So we're going from 20. That's a start, that's a stop, and that's a step. So we could do -2. (20, 18, 16, 14, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2). It's very, very powerful. And that is basically 4 loops. And while loops. It's to stop us repeating code. So instead of going print my list I, my list 0, my list love, my list cream, you can just say, okay, we've got a big list of them. Want to go through each one and just print it out. If we print it out my list, it's just going to look weird. But there you go. Easy. Next. I reckon we've done what have we done so far? Lots. A bit of file reading and writing. It's always good to do, isn't it? Because you need to write data out or read data in. Because if you've got a program that needs to save data, or you want to run it again and keep your old results, then you need to fetch it back in. Because as soon as you stop the program, whatever information we have got stored is then lost. There's multiple ways of doing it. You can write it out as binary. You can write it out as text. You can store it in a format like the dict that we've got, which is basically it's like a JSON file. JavaScript something no. JSON is popular. I kind of hate it. Caution with range. Start is inclusive. Stop is not. That's why when we did the -2, it didn't stop on the 0. it stopped. It got to 0 and then it says, right, we're done. It didn't carry on doing it. Just in case you're wondering why you're losing a number somewhere or losing one item, which has probably happened in the past to lots of people. One thing, this is one of the most important things in learning how to program. Okay? If you get stuck, you're bashing your head against the wall, something's not working and it should, type your question into Google. If you've got an error message, if you've got anything, just type your error message into Google. For the love of God, please read something. Pretty much Stack Overflow is the place where somebody will have asked the exact same question you are, or having the exact same problem. Pretty much. If it's not coming up, you've phrased it wrong. Just don't use Python 2. There's no point, unless you are maintaining something under Python 2 for any new development that you are doing. I would say no to the debugger to start off with. Moose on the loose. If you're unsure, output it. It's easier to get your head round than breakpoints, stepping into code. Output it. For big projects, debuggers are invaluable. For when you're learning, you may end up getting yourself confused. They've already started on Python 4, I think. Python 3.6 is great. Don't go to Python 3.7 just yet. I did explain this at the start of the stream, which you'll be able to watch in the VOD once we've finished streaming. Okay? Can Python read currently installed program versions from Windows? Yes, because that'll be in your registry. I wouldn't like to attempt. It wouldn't be a beginner project to do at all. You wouldn't be able to do it unattended. Not for installations, anyway. Well, you would. Maybe. Right. Let's do files, shall we? Writing some data to a file. So what we're going to call it is my file equals. So to open a file, what we want to do is go open. We're going to write a file out. Okay? So if you have a look here, it says open file. Text or a byte, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, waffle, yeah? So what we want to do is open, give it a file name. We'll call it rune.txt file. Right. There's 3 modes. Rune Lady's chair's glitching out. It's because it's there and it's not green. We could fix that with a green t-shirt. Stay there. I'll get it. I love you. Ta-da! Wait! Ta-da! Fluorine, boron, N2. Hi. There we go. We green screened a chair. Magic, mate, magic. Tuck sleeves in. Just make it a bit posher. There you go. That's because the Python core is written in C. That's why it's just as quick for some things. So, we've got 3 modes. We've got write. Okay? What write does is it opens up a new file and writes to it. Okay? Say I write Rune is amazing to rune.txt. Okay? And then I run the program again and write Rune is amazing to rune.txt. If I have it in just write mode. Yeah? That will overwrite. It'll basically start that file again from scratch. You are writing a new file. To overwrite it, to put onto the bottom of it, so to just write to your existing file, append. So we want to append to the file, not overwrite it. So we've got write, append. The other one that we've got is read. There may be some more, I don't know. But your basics are write, read, and append. I didn't know there was a team for grumpy old men. Seems like it only has 1 member though. Do you know why? Because we don't want other people in his group spoiling it, mucking it up. I had a team and I just changed it. Alright, Vlad. No, it's just something I just wanted to... You're old and grumpy, but don't stream yet. When you become a grumpy old man streamer, let me know. I will gladly add more grumpy old bastards. What? Can smell burning? No. Did you smell burning?
Welcome to the Mankini Minions.
Vlad! Cheers for your follow, man. Good day. Hope your studying goes well, man. Let me know. I'm not bothered about adding people to it. It's just a good team name, I think. And I'm not that grumpy. Can be grumpy. I'm not really grumpy. Anyway, so read, write, append. We're going to write to a file. So, to write, we've opened it up and we've got a pointer to his file. So, my file is this opened file we've got. Yeah, we've got a file, it's sat here already. We've got room.txt. Now we want to write to it. Hey Nakandria, how are you? So to write to my file, it's my file dot write. I mean, you could have put, yes I can. Smell burning. It's not your e-cig, is it? I'm alright, thanks. Rune is awesome. Once we've written to it, you've got to close it. Otherwise it still classes it as open and it can become corrupt. We've not said, you know, we've finished with the file. You open, write to it, close it. Now Python's very good. I'll automatically close it for you. But if we run it, we're going to get nothing. It's just going to run and close. If we have a look. So we've got us hello Pi. Yeah. If we have a look at room.txt now, it says in there, Rune is awesome. If you change that to Rune is a bit of a twat and run it again, there you go. It's going to run, do its thing, and we've done. Rune.txt, Rune is a bit of a twat. That makes sense now? If we change it to append and put only kidding, Rune is awesome. Now when we look at this file, there, Rune is a bit of a twat. Only kidding, Rune is awesome. What we need to do is, it doesn't put a new line in there. You'd have to put /n for a carriage return. A new line. /n, it stands for escape, n, new line. So we'll change that to right, and we've closed it again. to read it in, the whole file, my file equals, so we open it, so pretty much this, what we've got here, rune.txt, but we're going to change it to read, okay, and then it'll be my file dot read, print, because we want to text equals my file dot read, so we're reading from my file into here. Print out as text, and then we need to close it again. Oh good God, Celia. That's awesome. How are you? So we're going to write, only kidding, Rune is awesome. And then when we print it, we've read it in, only kidding, Rune is awesome. So we've printed it from there. We've opened the text file. Only kidding, Rune is awesome. If we put some more lines in here, Rune is crying, Rune is happy, happy, and Rune is naked. Oh, wrong one. So let's take that out because we've already written it, but if we run it again, I'll print them all out. Yeah, so it's written, it's read them all the entire file into the variable text, which is just a big bunch of text. Now we've been through lists before, so what we can do is we can read each line into a list by saying read lines. So it's, instead of reading the whole file, it's going to read each line at a time. And when we print it out, only kidding, Rune is awesome /n, only kidding, Rune is crying /n. No worries, Celia. There will be the VOD afterwards. Okay. Okay. So we're reading them into a list now. However, it's automatically going to add the /n onto it. We don't really need that. So we can put .strip in there. And what that does is strip any fucking hell list object. How do you... Oh, okay. There is multiple ways to get... We could do print text.strip. I'll do. We'll do that one instead of going all funky. for now. Really? Oh, because we... Okay. Remember when we did for a for loop? For item in text. Okay? Print item dot strip. So, seriously? Invalid. Oh. So it gets rid of the slash ends. Dot strip will get rid of any dodgy characters. So, only kidding, Rune is awesome. Only kidding, Rune is crying. We're going through each item in that list we've just created. We've been through lists. If you've missed it, watch the VOD. I do go through all of this. Another way of doing this, instead of closing the file, so we can say with, for as long as we're using rune.txt, yeah? So with open, with open rune.txt as my file, we can do this. So we don't have to remember to close it. But because it's there, it needs to be indented. So we can get rid of that now. So we can have there. We don't have to close the file, it's not going to get corrupt. So we've got a list that we've read from my file. We don't have to close it because it'll do it automatically once it's finished with it in here, and we can just move on. So it just saves having to remember to close. If you say, right, we're gonna open this as my file, it's just a very good way of not having to worry whether you're closing files or not. You don't have to, but it's good practice to. Okay. We're going to import something now. Import random. So that's going to import our random library, because we want some random numbers. So we're going to go random dot random integer. So random number equals random number between 0 and 10. Yeah. This, we can do this for a dice roller. So it'll be between 0 and 6. Seriously. There you go. So it'll be a random number between 1 and 6. Or, if we want, we've got, right, we've got a text with Rooney's awesome, Rooney's crying, Rooney's happy, Rooney's naked. Let us pick a random one. What are you going to say? Not, it's not truly random. If we go, there's a random dot choice. Yeah. And what that does, it'll pick a random item from a list. So, Rooney's crying. Of course we want to do the dot strip again. On the end of here. Because it's still got the slash n in there. We don't want the slash n. We could have it. There we go. So what we've got now, we've got a text file with loads of stuff, and we'll just print a random Rooney's crying. Rooney's naked. So it just picks it randomly from the list that we've created. So we've got a list of things in there. If you wanted to pick a random one, there you go. Random.choice. Which all it does is picks randomly from a list. With the Python random, you can make a totally random seed. It's based on the uptime of your computer as a seed to generate another random number. It's not truly random, but it's good enough. For really secure random numbers, there's a lot more goes on. Right. BRB, I'm going for a wee. All that coffee. You okay, my love?
Do that one now.
Solve the chair problem. Yeah. Room lady's invisible at last. Yeah, it's good enough for hobby code. Okay, so we've got random choices from a text file. How cool is that? Oh, that's not going to work. It's because we've got room.txt open. So in here, what we can do is we can do ten different random choices. All from his little text file. There you go. So we've got reading, and we wrote to a file, and we appended to a file. That's your basics for that. Is there anything anybody wants to know? Any questions that you've got so far if you've been watching it? Yeah, I can't code Python either, I just Google shit. Is there anything wanted to know? Okay, say we get other people write modules. So we've got the random, these are what's classed as built-ins. Okay, if you want to use something external, okay, such as requests, which allows us to read web pages, read JSONs, access APIs, all that kind of good funky stuff. So it's called requests. We're not going to go into it, but this is very handy. Debug will start debugging. No module named requests. It doesn't know where to find it. We've not got it on our system. We've not installed it. What there is in Python is something called pip. Okay, you need to type this into your terminal and it's going to give you all this shit. So to install something, go to Oxfordshire. No. I'm not going to Oxfordshire. It's miles away. If we want to install requests, which is a standard, it's a good library, everybody uses it, it's really good. But these aren't included in your core Python. This is what somebody's written and we want to install it. Now it uses all kinds of PyPy and it gets published to a repository and things like that, or like a centralized database, for example. A centralized database for modules. So say we want to install requests, we go pip install requests. So what it's doing now is it's downloading all these, and obviously requests require Certifi, Chardet, IDNA, URL lib3, and requests requires all those. So instead of just requests now, what does pip stand for? I don't know actually. In Python. Let's have a look. Let's have a look, shall we? Python install package. It is where I'm introducing VMV because I got asked about it earlier. That's my little segue. It's Python installation package. Then you want to install a package. It's pip. So now we've got requests. If we run this again, it's just going to show an error saying we're not using it, but it's not going to freak out anymore. Okay. However, that's installed it into his main Python directory, and that can be a problem because some versions you may want to have one version of a file, but if you downgrade to that version of a file, then that's going to fuck it up for every one of your programs that are going to use it. Or if you do an upgrade, it may break something that requires a specific version. Or say you want to give it to everybody else. You've wrote something, it's like, yay! So you need this. This is what I used. That means everybody's going to have a massive list of things you've installed. So if we have a look here, we've got something called pip freeze, and this will tell us exactly what versions of all the stuff we've installed. So we've got Certifi, Chard8, Flake 8. You don't want to distribute Flake 8 to somebody or say you need to use Flake 8. PyFlakes, PyCodeStyle, requests, URL lib. So what we've got is a thing called virtual environment. It's like a virtual machine. If you still don't understand that, with what we need to do is we want to make, instead of it being computer wide, your little Python program, we want to restrict it just to your folder. Okay, so whatever you add and remove inside that folder, it's just going to run from that folder. It's not going to touch your main Python installation with loads of useless crap. So what we've got is a virtual environment, it's called. And they're really, really good. Now, VS Code. Crowley, I'm gonna kick you in your nuts! Shut up! I may have got distracted then. Slightly. So what we've got is we've got virtual environments. There's loads of different ones. There's pipenv, vmv, virtualenv. Okay. I always use, this is my personal preference, you can use whatever you like. This is the easiest for me. Okay, so we're going to create a virtual environment now. Okay. So from you can do that one. I don't use that one. There is also a built-in function called virtualenv. I think. Oh, you've got to install it. Pip install virtual env. Okay, so you've got to install it, but it's just pip install virtual env. And so we're in his directory. It uses PowerShell as its default. I hate it. Change it to command. You can do that in the settings. See if we can do this now. Settings. Terminal. Integrated extern. Blah 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 blah. Where is it? It's not using it's using. Oh, there you go. Look, integrated shell Windows. Just copy this here. Look. We'll just use command. It's so much better than PowerShell. I hate PowerShell. There you go. Done. Close this. Just delete it. Go. It's gone. Run it again. Okay. So to create the virtual environment here in our directory that we've got, virtual env and whatever you want to call it. I usually call it .venv. And I'll say I'm copying from Python 36, whatever's in your path. You can do Python 37, you can do wherever. You can say I want to run this. Okay, so it's using your Python 36, Python 3.6. It's installing all the stuff you need to get started. Now VS Code is very clever. If you've installed a virtual environment, there we go. Once you've reloaded the window, don't fuck with me, it'll say Flake 8's not installed. We'd already installed it, but it's not in our virtual environment, so we'll automatically activate it for us. You can tell because it says there .venv. If it doesn't, sometimes it doesn't. If we have a look in .venv, there's a scripts folder. You've got something here, activate. Yeah? So all you need to do is type .venv scripts activate. And that's your virtual environment activated. So when you do a pip install requests, it's going to pop it into your virtual environment. That is separate from your other environment, from your main installation of Python. It's always good to do that. Whenever I do any kind of new project, even little projects, I'll always create a virtual environment just to keep it separate and not fuck up my installation. It's a good... It doesn't take you much longer. It's a bit of farting around, but it's just a matter of typing virtual env, whatever you want to call it, and reloading your window, and then you're good. You're sorted. Everything's separate. Is that okay for everybody? Is there anything that you don't get? I've never used the other version of it. Don't call me late for dinner. It got complicated really fast. I'm sorry. It's just to keep everything separate in a nice folder. So, I want everything to run under this folder. It's all you've got to remember is one command, which is the virtual env. Hopefully I didn't go too quick over it. It's just so everything's, instead of being scattered all over here in your PC, it's in that folder there, and it's isolated from the rest of the installation. So you want to run everything from here. It's all nice, all compact. You give this to somebody else, it's going to work without any other dodgy libraries or modules you've got installed. So the main thing is you pip install. Whenever you go to a Google page for Python, let's have a look at Python libraries, Python modules list. Here. We'll go for, I don't know, scientific and excellent for physics. I'm just going on your name. Oh, that's not fucking... That's wrong. Choose something else. These are really bad, actually. This is not a good, useful modules. 20 Python libraries you can't live without. Whatever. Here we go. Pillow. Pillow's really good. What he does is Pillow is image manipulation, where you can, it's like Photoshop with layers and everything, so you can overlay text onto an image, and image manipulation, resize it, rescale it, everything like that. It's an image manipulation library. But say I wanted to install that, we'll go to this documentation. It's a lot of reading, whatever, but it always says, there you go, pip install Pillow. What happens if I'm just doing like text stuff? I don't want to install, I don't want Pillow to be there, so we can just do pip install Pillow. Too fast. It's an image manipulation. Say you want that. If we just, you have to read it after you say it. Okay, so it takes you to Pillow. Okay. We're just going for Pillow. It's an image manipulation. But if we have a scroll down, we want to know how to install it. And 9 times out of 10, it'll go to installation. And it says here, basic installation, pip install Pillow. So all these useful libraries and everything that we're installing, it's always pip install. And there we go. So we go into here, there's terminal at the bottom, which is, it's basically opening up a command prompt, but it's just built into Visual Studio Code. Sometimes it doesn't always display. Okay, so you can just do terminal, new terminal, there you go. It doesn't always show up. If you just opened up a new file, you're not going to get it. This is what you're going to get. It'll appear if you debug it. So if you start debugging, is basically running it. debugging allows you to do other stuff that we're not going into, but it's basically that. It'll pop up a new one, or you can do new terminal, and there we go, we're there. So you can do your pip install from there. The virtual environment, we've been through that one as well. I'd say those two are the hardest to get your heads round for now. Well, there's a lot to get your head round, really. Been through quite a bit today. In 4 hours we've been going for now. Not bad. Is there anything anybody wants to know? Your learning style is to read something before it goes to memory. Mine is I do. I'm a doer. I can't do studying. I've got to jump straight in there. I learn by doing it rather than studying it. But everybody's different. Yeah, I'd have to be typing it and doing it. If somebody was reading it like I am now, or if I'm watching a YouTube video, I'd have to follow on exactly. Do what they bit. Oh, my bot's not running. There we go. I'm always open for questions and everything, and I will try and help. So we've done alright. We've written to a file, we've read from a file, we've done lists, dictionaries, variables. We've done quite a bit today. So we'll just do a whatever you would like to see for the last bit. Anything that you'd like me to go over, or I can just ramble about general shit for the last hour. So my voice is quite battered now. I'd say the last thing would be classes, but that's just getting a bit too much, I think. Oh, we can do functions. Functions is a good one. Yeah. Say you've written a we've got a piece of code that we want to use multiple times. Yeah? So we don't want to do it in a for loop or anything. We don't want to loop over it. But a big RC with a snowplow on it. Jesus. Yeah, so you've written a piece of code, and you're going to be using it in quite a few places. So we've got, like, I don't know, here we go. Okay. We've got a function. What we want to do is we want to... Oops. Right. Okay. We want to print hello Rune. Okay? So it's like hello world. And we want hello Rune. What we want to do is we don't want to say hello Rune all the time. We want to say hello. There you go, Still. It is. It's doing alright today. We want to say hello to whoever. Yeah? So what we do is we create a function so we can just say... We can say whatever we like. So we're going to define it. So, and we're going to call it say hello. Okay? So if we put that in there and run it, so we've got a function called say hello. Always put the colon at the end and run it. Nothing's going to happen because we've not yet called that function. So to run it, we just say hello. Okay? If we do that now, hello Rune. We can run it a few times. Hello Rune, hello Rune, hello Rune. But what if we wanted to give it... We want a different name. We don't want to say hello to Rune all the time. So what we'll put there is... We'll put in something called a person. So when we say hello, in here, we want to put a person. So in here, we're going to say, hello Rune. So when we display it, we do the normal thing. And person is now just a variable. So as we've done through f-strings before, formatted string, hello, and then person. Okay? If we say hello Rune now, hello Rune. But we can also go say hello to Rune Lady. And as function, we'll say hello now. Which is pretty awesome. Or, for example, we could do... We'll call it add to numbers. Oh, I'll tell you what, it's even better. Yeah, we'll go add two numbers. So, we'll call that number 1. And we'll call that number 2. So we want to, when we're adding as two numbers, we want to add number 1 and number 2 together. So if we print number 1 add number 2, and down here we'll go add two numbers, and we want to add 10 comma, so we're adding the first number to the second number. 10 add 11. You prick. What have I done? Invalid sync. What the fuck? Why is that? Oh. Got to miss that off end. Shh. No, you missed it. So there you go. 21. We could put an 11 in there. Add 2 numbers. 22. But I don't want to print it in there. I want to store that number here so I can say as new number equals add 2 numbers, yeah, add 4, so 11, 11, oops, so we want to add 11, add 4, however, let's run it. It's not doing anything. What we've got to do here is we're calling it, but we're not saying, we're not passing anything back. It's not returning anything. So if we put return number 1 plus number 2, let's put this, just take this plus 4 out for now, and then we'll print out as new number. No, none is not an integer. And there you go. That now works. So as new number equals add 2 numbers plus add another 2 new numbers. And we'll put 1 and 1. So we're adding 11 and 11 and 1 and 1. So we're calling the add 2 numbers there, but we want to save that number into a variable, but we're not saving it anywhere. But Mankey, why not return new number? Because new number isn't anywhere yet. New number, we're saying add 2 new numbers, but we're not saying this is the number we want to pass back when you call me. Here is okay, it's basically some dude is stood there with £10, yeah? And you say to him, yo, can I have £10? And he says, yes. He's got the £10 ready for you, but he's not giving you it. Okay? What the return is it that him giving you the £10? So he's returning it. He's giving you it. Okay? So he said, this dude, his primary function is to hand £10 notes out to people. It's like, can I have £10? And I'll go, yeah. Which is what we're doing here with the add 2 numbers. Can I have a tenner? But he's not doing the here's your tenner. He's got it, but that's as far as it goes. The return is to say, yep, here's your £10. So now we've got the tenner, we can go, woo! This is what we've got. That made sense. Breaking programming down into real life. I still don't understand what return should do. Return is basically giving you the answer. So this is never going to do anything by itself until we say, here's your money. Kind of like execute. It's more sort of pass back this answer. Returns passing back. We've given it number 1 and number 2, and we can do that, but it's never going to pass anything back. What return does is it says, here's your answer. Here we're saying, dude, add me these 2 numbers, and I'll go, sure. But he's not telling. He's like, oh, add these 2 numbers for me, and he's like, yep. What return does is him telling you what those 2 numbers are. So we've created somebody who can add 2 numbers together. Bob, we'll call him. And we say, Bob, what is these 2 numbers added together? What's 3 and 4, Bob? I'll go, yeah, 7. But he's not telling you what the answer is. That's what return is. Return is, this is the answer. Yes, that is correct. We could have called it. Tickle my. Or we'll call it Bob Says. Yeah. You could call it anything. Bob Says. There. When we run it again. Bob Says 7. But yeah, you could have called it Pink Giraffe, and it's the return which gives you the answer that you've calculated. Why is it a bad function name? It's not bad. If you know what it is and it makes sense to you, then that function name is not bad. It generally should say what it does, but this is a better example because it fits in what I was saying. My music stopped again. It has! Oh my shit! Spotify is being so fucky today! I've never had this much problems with Spotify before. So that's the basics of functions. So every time we want to say, we can just say, we're like, you don't even have to store it, we can just say, let's display what Bob says. We want to know what Bob says, let's show it. Bob says 3 and 4. We can say Bob says 7 and 11. Bob says 1007 plus blah, 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 more numbers. Bob adds these numbers. He's like, I got you, fam. There. It's 18,388. Ah, yeah. Thanks, Ghostel. Okay, what we can do now... There you see? Mima gets it. What we can do is we want to say to Bob, I'm going to give you some numbers to add up. I'm going to give you number 1 and number 2. Actually, unless I tell you otherwise, yeah? Number 2 is always...
Welcome to the Mankini Minions.
69. Yeah? So you can say to Bob, Bob, unless I tell you otherwise, number 2 is a shit. No, number 2 is always 69, okay? So we can say, Bob, what's 3 and 4? And he's going to come back with 7. However, if we say, Bob, number 3 is always going to assume number 2 is 69. So we don't even have to say, Bob, what's 3 plus 69? Because we've told him there that whatever, if we don't give him a number 2, he's just going to add. His second number is always 69. So Bob, number 3, 72, got your fam.
Mankini Minions.
So you don't have to pass him the number 69. If you're always going to be using 69, or if you just say, look, Bob, just whatever number I give you, unless I give you another number, then that's 69. Rebecca, cheers for your follow. That's called a default parameter value. It's just setting this number, unless we specify otherwise, is always going to be this. See, Bob's very... It's not bad at all, but Mankey. Say you... No. Okay, say we've got... We'll take off number 2 for now then. Okay, that's going to fail. So 3,7. We want to have display equals false, yeah? We always, we don't care about displaying, we don't care about displaying that number, okay, inside the function. However, if we want Bob to hold up a sign, because we're a bit confused, or for logging or debugging purposes, so we can say if display you can put equals true. So if display equals true, print. Oh shit. See, we don't always want to display this. Yeah? We don't always want to see what numbers Bob's getting. It's not going to make any difference. Oh, What the fuck am I done wrong here? F string expected. Oh. It's not necessarily true. You've got a function that does things, but you want like a certain use case. And here we can just put, if we put true now, Bob's gonna hold up a little sign of how he's worked it out, look. 3 plus 7 equals 10. So you know you've given Bob 3, 7, and the answer's 10. But that's why we don't need to... That's why defaulting is a good idea for things like that. Defaulting's very, very good. But manky. Does that make sense? It's very useful for logging or for certain use cases. You want it to do... You've got a big code that does one thing, but sometimes you want to do one little extra thing. Instead of writing that function out again and having to remember it, you can just say, right, just do it. Yeah. And also, if you can also do display equals true. That also works as well, just to make it more readable. Yeah. So you can say display equals true, just to make it more readable.
Welcome to the man.
So display. We'll call it display log. Yeah. Just to make it a bit more readable. So we're always going to display log. We're not going to display it ever unless we say we pass true to it, but that it doesn't really make any sense. But we can put display log and then it'll say 3 plus 7 equals 10. It's very good. That's why defaulting values can be good. Generally, you don't default them. However, in this case and a couple of other cases, it's really, really useful. So that's the basics of a function. So whenever we've got loads of the code and everything, it's like, oh shit, I wanna display 2 numbers. I wanna see what Bob says. And instead of having to copy all that code again, every time you can just say, what does Bob say? And then good, here's the answer. Good old Bob. How long have I coded for? Python, 1.5 years. I won't be streaming in an hour, buddy. I'm finishing in about half an hour. I've been coding ever since I was a kid. I had a long time off. I stopped when I was about 22 or so. So I had about 22 years off coding, of not doing any. But Python, just 1 year and a few months. So I hope that's helped some of you. Functions are very, very good. Most of you... Like, do you know when we did the pretty print? A couple of hours ago. Pretty print is a function. Now imagine having to do all that code and everything every time we wanted to do a print. Instead we just go, pretty print. There you go. You don't have to do any more fucking around. So whenever we want to say, oh shit, Bob, what's these two numbers? I got you. Here's your answer. And with the display log, and Bob, can you show your can you show your working out, please? And say, here's a sign with the numbers on it. Here's your numbers. Bob's very friendly like that. He'll help you out. There you go. Functions. Does that make sense? Did that help? My throat hurts. Talk too much. That helped. Woo! It is a lot to take in. There's a lot of fucking information that I've thrown at you today. But these are all these little things. Like, we've gone through all the building blocks that you'll need. Pretty much. That is it. You know how to add numbers and take numbers away and store variables and lists and loops and see, I don't know that. I personally don't know what args and star KW args are. I've never... It's something I've not learnt. Believe it or not. In a year and a half. Oh, okay. Thanks, man. Right, I think that is all I needed to cover today. I can't think of anything else off the top of my head. We covered some pretty solid basics today. I know I may have skirted over some. If you have any questions, hit me up on Discord. discord.gg/roomwolf. We'll join you onto my server. We've got a little coding channel that you can join. Just ask. There's multiple nerds in there who like helping people. And here endeth the tutorial for today. Glorious! Glorious! Yeah, if anybody has any questions, It's really, really good and powerful. It's when you start getting to all the other clever shit people have done, it makes it easier. I understood it. It's been a pleasure though. I've really enjoyed today. It's been good. There is the VOD up once we've finished. I don't know how long. I don't know how long it stays up for, the VODs, but I might put it onto YouTube anyway after it's done. But I think we've covered a lot of basics today. I hope. There's a lot better people than explaining it than I am. If you're watching a YouTube video, go watch Corey Schaefer. This were more sort of an interactive. What else will I be streaming? What, as in more tutorials? Year old Celia. As in tutorial wise? I don't know. This is basically, I wanted to do one for a while, so I decided to do it. Tomorrow I will be working. I'm not an old fart. I'm only 44. Tomorrow we'll be working back on the Discord game in Python. Think of Civilization. It's Civilization, but a Discord type game where the server is a civilization. The players are people in the civilization all contributing towards it, and then you can XConk. I don't know. XCOM? XConk, I've not heard of it. But it's basically server v server, and you can attack and defend, and you can wiki it. I don't think I've ever seen it. But that's basically what we're going for. I've not got right far with it. We've only just started last week. And then I can trash this machine now. It was a game somebody named Shebs made up. Nice. Because I set up a little here look, set up a little virtual machine so we can just install everything from scratch, and I could install Visual Code, and you won't have all my dodgy crap on there. And any issues we came up with, it would be the same issues of what you guys have come up with installing it from scratch. Thanks, how's it? It's new. I got my new desk and my monitor and room lady's chair over there and a guest chair over there. It's good, man. Took me a while to decorate, and these lights were a pain to put up. What a bastard. I'll have a look at it. In fact, we'll have a look now, because I'm not doing anything now. I can't flick the lights on and off. They're stuck on a timer. XConk. Open source strategy. Ooh. What the fuck's this? What? Oh, Empire! Yes! I used to play Empire. God, I think I had it on Amiga. Me and a load of... Well, not a load. 3 of us used to play it all gathered round the same computer. And we'd take it in turns and the other person would have to leave, or we'd have a cardboard box that we'd put over at TV. To make it like a little private room where you make all your moves. Yes. I do know of said game then. That's really good. Yeah. Good old times. Good old times. Yes. I do remember it. It was good. Right, ladies and gents. I'm sick of talking. My voice hurts. I'm done for today. I will see you later. Thank you for all showing up today. We've had amazing support today. It's been good. It's glorious. Pleasure. A pleasure. I hope somebody actually got something from it. And if not, I'm sorry for wasting 4 hours of your time. But hey, I did what I said I was going to do. I streamed, did a tutorial stream. I hope it weren't too terrible. And we'll see you again tomorrow. Have an awesome evening. Happy Monday. Goodbye.